Yo, what's up, everyone? How's everyone doing tonight? Welcome to the stream. We'll probably get started in like 5 minutes. Yo, about to blow your minds again? I hope so, man. Listen, you gotta put some pressure on me because I gotta get this puzzle done. The Flying House, what's up? Working on this problem right now and go? Yeah, I understand if you need to leave. I wouldn't want to get spoiled either, so I completely get that. Good luck on it. Oh, the meat just came off the grill? Nice, nice. Great timing. Heck yeah. All day 10 part 2 and no solution makes Dave go crazy. It's fine. I have some paths forward. So, we'll see. My biggest path forward is to clean up the code I have, because if I'm going to really seriously work on this project, I need to have clean code base so I can approach things one thing at a time and make damn sure that every part of it works. Yo, what's going on? What's going on, Mateus? I don't know. Let me know if you're pronouncing your name right or not. Love you too, brother. I was stoked to start 10 part 1 because I am first and foremost interested in bitwise low-level stuff and immediately thought I saw the opportunity for that. Have you done part 1, day 10 part 1? Because if you haven't done it, I won't say anything. I have solved that one, and I don't want to spoil anything for you, but I'm happy you're excited about it. Oh man. Okay, so you've done it? Okay, good, because that's exactly how I did it too. I don't know if you've seen me do it, but that's exactly what I did. Turn them into numbers, bitwise operations. We're gonna be doing a lot of binary and bit shifting here because I feel like it can help us in a lot of different ways. Shout out to Narf last night for giving me a great way to move forward with some of the part 2 stuff. Let's see. Clean code, you mean remove all the comments? Listen, I love comments in code, okay? Now that is part of a clean code base. Comments are part of a clean code base. Can I send the link? That's the first message I see from you. So I have no context there. With no other context, no, you may not. Waiting for your bash course? Hey, check this out. Website's still up. Subscribe to my YouTube to get notified when the video's out. Releases in 1 day, 14 hours. So very, very soon. I've already announced it on my socials via posts. I'll be announcing it via short form video tomorrow. So. The YouTube link. Scary, this is the first message I've seen from you was, can I send the link, the YouTube link? What do you mean? What are you asking me? I'm not really positive what exactly you're asking me. Do you want to send a link to my chat so I can look at it? Is that what you're trying to ask? Or do you want to send something to someone else? Like, I just don't understand what you're asking. Yeah. So, course is coming out soon. Let's see. Hey, buddy, I just checked out your stream. I can't stay long because I see real potential in what you're building. What a bot message, dude. Get the hell out of here. I'm not adding someone on Discord for strong engagement, whatever. How do I report you as a spam? Where's my mod powers on this? I don't know how to use this website. Mods! Delete this person. Where is my mod powers, actually? I started writing all thoughts as comment lines, hoping each is an operation or track. I do that a lot. That's a lot how I program. Why can't I delete someone from my own chat? What am I doing wrong here? In the chat settings, you can switch on the mod icons to delete, ban. Thank you. Not to find where those are. I know I've definitely done it before. Oh, there you go. Yep, show my mod icons. Thank you. Wait, hold on. I just deleted the chat from the panel. I just edited the layout and deleted the chat. I swear, guys, I'm really good at computers. Oh no, another message is gone because I deleted the chat. Oh. Oh god, I swear I'm good. Oh, if they message again, I can do something about them. That's really funny. Yeah. Oh, I can click the username. Account created 21 minutes ago? Yeah, report. Report for terrorism? Yeah, okay, not that. Spam. There we go, reported as spam. How do you exit NVim? You can't. That's the thing about NVim. It's different than Vim. Vim, you at least have like one chance to exit it. NVim, you just can't. It's impossible. Let's see. Did you learn linear algebra? Nope. No idea what that is. And I don't plan on it. Unless I really, really have to. Let's see. In addition to Bash, what other languages do you use in your day-to-day? I'm a pen tester, so I write my proof of concept exploits in Python. I mean, Bash, I like C, and I write for my day job. It's a lot of Rust, a lot of Bash. I mean, those are the big two, really. Bash, Rust, and C, I would say, are like the big three. What was I going to show you? Oh, check this out. This is cool. I added this just because I thought it'd be cute. Thought it'd be kind of fun. And I was right, and it's cute, and it's a lot of fun. Pull up my terminal here. You know how you can curl ysap.sh, which is my website, and you get this beautiful website rendered on the terminal? Hey, that's pretty cute. I've showed this off a couple times. You can also go here in your browser. You get a slightly different page. Well, remember that course website? You can also curl that. So, the complete Bash scripting course, 62 sections, 7+ hours of content created by Dave Eddy. The link is down here. I'll put the YouTube link here once I actually have the YouTube link and it goes live. It goes live on Monday. Today is Saturday at the time of this recording, so it goes live in less than 2 days. But yeah, so this is a cool little placeholder website. I love websites that you can curl, and I love this style. This style just looks so cool. If I were to make like a user interface or something, or TUI, I'd be using like this style. So Bosch? Nope. It says Bash. Just, you know, this font isn't that great. Just like how the E's in complete don't really kind of look like E's. So, yep. No, it's Bash with some, you know, not so accessible fonts, I guess is how you could put it. So yeah, let's jump into this. We have day 10, and what we need to do for day 10 is clean up our code. Okay? So let's go ahead and make a library. Thank you, Beard of Knowledge. That's very nice. I want to go ahead and make a library of stuff because we're doing a lot of like manual stuff here. And we have this code to read in the data. We read in all the buttons and the joltages as a number and array of buttons. So we should put that in something. I love your curl website. I know we have the code in GitHub, but I need a course on how to make one. There is a website on my website. There's a video on my YouTube somewhere about how I make that. I like deep dive into all of it. So go find that. I forget what it's called, but it's in the last couple of months I uploaded it. Because a lot of people were asking me about it. So in this code right here, we read in the data, and it's a lot of annoying code to read in the data, but I think this would be good to put this code in its own little library. So let's go ahead and make dir lib cp part2 into lib vim lib part 2. Oh, we don't want to call it that. Move part 2 to like read input. So we could do something like read one line of input. And we could just do this in a loop. Like while read one input line, do something. You know what I mean? Let me think about what I actually want the interface to look like here. Yeah, I think we want to translate it. So I know that doesn't make much sense, but I'll explain what I mean when I say that. I originally found your website, or I originally found your channel months ago because I was looking for BSD and Lumos here. Is that SmartOS machine still online? No, the SmartOS machine is not still online. It has been transitioned over to OmniOS, so I'm using OmniOS in that operating system. Probably made that switch a couple years ago. I was using SmartOS for a while. Yeah. But that's cool if you know what SmartOS is, because a lot of people do not know what SmartOS is. So that's really cool to see people that are familiar with that operating system. Let's... I don't want a libdir. I want a code... I'm still thinking what exactly I want here. I want to code this like Bad Cop codes this. And that means through like small utilities that do very small things. So we have something called translate input. I just want this to go through and like read the input and translate it to a different form. So let me see what this looks like. Okay, see, this is a way different form of the input that might be just easier to parse. So in this example, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons, and then the final joltage is right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons in the final joltage. Well, I mean, this is nonsensical, but you know, we'll figure it out. What is desired? Oh, this is the part 1 part, isn't it? Yeah, this is not what I want. Okay, okay, I gotta slow down. We have to do things way differently than we've been doing here. We have to really come up with a different plan because I need something that I can actually like work with. So to read this input in, we just need to get the buttons and we need to get the joltages that we're looking for. We need these to be numbers, so... Am I overcomplicating this? I think I am overcomplicating this. Okay. So if we get the example input, head -1, pipe it into translate input, get a bunch of syntax errors. But we got the joltage out of it, and we just had a bunch of zeros here, so that's not quite right. Oh, I see. Gotta use J here. There we go. No IDE? I use Vim. Or I guess I just use a text editor, yeah. Those should be the buttons down there, so those buttons are clearly not right. Len minus t. 4 minus 0 minus 1 is 3. 2 to the 3 is 8. Should be adding that to that. I guess that'll keep you sharp, but makes things 10x longer to do. I disagree. I would, if I was in an IDE, it would take me a lot longer to do things than just having a simple editor. Yeah, like I'm definitely way more comfortable in an editor. Yeah, I just disagree. I wouldn't want to be in an IDE. I like having the separation of like just an editor, and I can pull up documentation if I need to, but like just a text editor and the interpreter is just all I want. I don't want anything different. And like, I don't know. My productivity's fine. I don't need to increase it. I work at a rate that's comfortable to me. So I'm just not too worried about it. 2 raised to the 4 minus 1 minus 1. What is... There's a parenthesis somewhere that's being snuck in there. Okay. I see what's happening. What am I doing wrong here? Let's pull in var dump. Okay, that's what I thought was happening. Okay, that seems right. Okay. So if we look at that, we look at here. We have the joltage at the beginning, separated with commas. That's nice. That lines up here. And then 3 becomes 1. 1, 3 becomes 5. Why does this become 1? That's because in binary, this is 0, 0, 0, 1. This is 0, 1, 0, 1, which is this. Okay, this lines up. This makes sense. And this final one is 12 because the 2 most significant bits are turned on, 8 and 4. So that's 12. Okay, so we have successfully turned this into a single binary number. And then using the length of this, we can figure out what it is. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, this makes sense. After getting comfy in Vim, trying to edit text anywhere else becomes sad. Yeah, it's always a half-baked Vim mode. Dude, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what an IDE gets me that, like, I like my text editor. I just edit text and then I run it. Like, I don't know. I don't need any other features with it, really. And from that binary later, you can decode it? Yes, exactly. I should be able to get that button back out of the binary. So we have this nice little script that translates the input. Cat example input, pipe it to translate input. And now we have this new input that is a lot simpler to read because it's already done the work for us. We have the buttons here separated by spaces, and we have the joltage separated by commas. So we just grab the joltage, and that we could separate the buttons by commas, actually. I kind of like that idea too. Let's do this. Yeah, I like this. Well, since you asked, I did not ask. I did not ask. I said I don't know what it would get me, not that I want to know what it wouldn't get me. So yeah, I'm just not aware of what it would get me, but I did not ask. Oh, sorry, that sounds incredibly rude. I don't mean to be that rude. I'm very sorry. I don't intend to be rude. No, yeah, I'm just not aware of features that it would get me that I would actually want, is what I meant to say. Sorry, my bad. That came across as incredibly rude. That was not my intention. Yeah, no, I appreciate you being here. I was just surprised by that, so. No, no. I can have Vim show me syntax highlighting. I actually have it disabled because it annoys me. In my Vim RC, I think I have something like, yeah. So right here, I have ALE linters. I could turn on the bash linters. I could comment them or uncomment them and turn that on. I hate it. I find it distracting. I don't want my editor to like highlight what it thinks is errors, especially as I'm typing, because like I'm gonna have errors until I fix it. So yeah, I just wouldn't like it. It's just not for me. Sorry. Yeah, my response to you originally, that came off incredibly rude. That was not my intention. I just took what you said very literally, and then as I was saying, I was like, that sounds really mean. I did not mean it that way. My apologies. Okay, so we have the joltages over here, and then we have the buttons over here, and the buttons are encoded binary, and the length of the binary, how many bits there could possibly be there, are the length of the amount of buttons we have. Okay, so this is a good way of understanding it. Cool. So now we have a translate button, so that is nice. Now we can do, yo, what's up, G Baby Sleaze? How you doing? Okay. Now everything will take this input. Yep, so now we need code that takes this style input, and let's try and get it to even. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to trash this part 2 implementation completely because it is not working. Let's just call and we could put this function back in it if we want to. Okay. Okay, this seems right. Okay, now we want to let's focus on one example at a time. We have this example. Yo, what's up, GMT plus A? How you doing? Okay. Now, in order to do this, let's imagine that we need to get it down to evens. How are we going to do this? Okay, we're going to try to solve the joltage. Let's come up with that. Cool. So this is the skeleton of what we have to fill out. The speed? There's no real speed here. What's up, Fallen Learns? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Solve joltage, and this will take the joltage as downloaded evil Emacs. Is that different than regular Emacs? Are you gonna keep streaming on Twitch? I mean, I've been doing it, so yeah, I have no plans on. If I'm streaming on YouTube, I'm gonna stream on Twitch. We'll see how often I keep streaming. Once the Advent of Code is over, I'm gonna start doing some of the older Advent of Codes, but I probably won't keep up like doing it every night like I've been doing. Okay. Okay, so if it's less than 0, then we return 1 because it was invalid. If it's equal to 0, then we've solved it. And if it's not, then we need to figure out what to do. And there's going to be 2 paths based on our notes that we took. So if... yeah, we have to check every number. And if we have to do work. We need something to help us out here. We need a, we basically need a get buttons thing. Let's see. Yeah, AOC is a great way to practice your skills. Like, absolutely 100% it is. Dude, I gotta play the piano to concentrate. It's what I do. I didn't even realize I was playing it. If you didn't say anything, it wouldn't even have crossed my mind that I was playing it. If it's a 0, then it's a dot. I guess we should make a function that turns the joltages into the light things, right? Yeah, finishing day 10 is brutal, as we're finding out. What's up? You don't know how you doing? It's going up. What's going up? What's going on? It's 10 o'clock here, 10 p.m. Do you play in any group or band? Nope, but I have like self-titled, self-published stuff on Spotify and stuff under my name, Dave Eddy. Out of curiosity, have you done AOC other years? And if yes, how would you rate them? I only did last year's, 2024, and it was a ton of fun. Like a ton of fun. Yeah. Do you have a hero bash achievement, something that sits atop the Dave Bash resume? What do you mean by that? Good night, man. Merry Christmas. Don't worry about the remark earlier. I get code brain if I'm in the middle of flow. My tongue slips too. That's why I avoided coding 15 minutes before meetings. Yeah, man, my bad. I'm glad you understand. I appreciate that. Have a good night too, and Merry Christmas. Yeah, when I get deep into code, I get in like the super analytical brain, and sometimes like my brain's like, oh, answer this question exactly how they asked. I'm like, that's just antisocial and rude. So yeah, apologies for that. Like, legitimately, I'm sorry. That came across as really rude. That was not my intention. I'm happy you joined. I'm happy you came in chat, and I love people sharing their opinions and stuff. Like, I mean that. That's awesome. So, have a good night. Take care. Have a Merry Christmas. Dude, a piano is invaluable when it comes time to practice, or when it comes time to code. I don't track my time spent on different parts, but luckily I stream all of it, so I can just pull up my VODs and calculate it if I wanted to. Oh no. Oh no, quote Pilgrim, are you serious? I hope that's not the case. I would check for a bug first before I tried to solve it legitimately. Can I paste a link to your Spotify? Yeah, sure. If you want to paste a link to my... Or do you want me to do a link? Here, check this out. I think that works. Let me know if that link doesn't work. I just typed it off the top of my head. But usually I set up redirects on all my URLs, so that should just work. Ah, less than equal. Yep. Okay, good. I'm glad that it worked for you. Because that would have been a nightmare to not have that work. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to figure out the light form of the current joltage. And what is it called? Convert joltage to lights. Okay, now we have the light form. So, whew. Ah, man, this is tough. Let me think. Figure out the light form of the current voltages. Okay. Hey Dave, your smile is just like a null pointer. Please don't reference my smile then. Some would say they're pointless, but I think they're exceptional. Yo, get out of here. Get out of here. Mods, delete Warforged. Are you solving the right problem? Because I read it differently. I'm solving day 10 part 2, but I'm going down a really, really weird path that I don't know if is going to work. So it's going to be a weird solution. We're going to see if it works. Yo, that's my opening message on dating apps and it doesn't work. Girls don't appreciate originality, sad face. Don't come into my chat with that kind of weirdness around dating and stuff. You gotta kill that mentality, buddy. If you're coming at people with pickup lines, don't expect anyone to appreciate them because they're super weird. And the dynamics on dating app is already completely broken. So don't let a few bad interactions on dating app color your view of the opposite gender. That is one of the worst things you can do, and that is a recipe to build resentment towards them for the rest of your life. So don't do that. Don't let yourself fall into that trap. Also, because I know you in real life and you're actually a cool dude. So don't go down that road, man. It's a terrible road. You're an awesome dude. Exactly, when you find a girl where that pickup line works about null pointers, don't let her go, man. Yeah, I don't know about that general solution to day 12 input. I'd be afraid of that. The idea of that just scares me. As a woman, null pointers better work, but pickup lines are usually lame. They usually are. They super are. I don't want to turn this into a dating advice stream, but Scott B, after being married for almost 25 years, they find you when you are not looking. That is amazing advice. However, That is biased advice. That's coming from someone who's been married for 25 years. You're probably talking to people who have been single for a long time, and they are probably getting sick to death of hearing, oh, you just don't have to do anything. The right person will find you. And so what do? Just do nothing? No, there are some people I think who can go out there and be more social and make themselves, you know, more approachable, more charismatic, learn more things, go out and interface with more people. So I'd be wary of that advice. I understand what you mean. I think it's like solid advice that, hey, when you're least expecting something, it'll happen. But at the same time, don't take Scott B's advice as sit at home and do nothing and wait for the magic thing to happen, because that won't happen. Sometimes you got to take initiative and go out there and do something. Exactly. You gotta just learn to be yourself. And for some people, they don't do that. They focus too much on what they don't have, and they just go around chasing it, when it's reality. It's like you have to stop and be like, okay, well, what do you actually have right now? What are you offering? Who are you? What do you enjoy? What are you actually looking for? But no, I do not intend to turn this stream into like a dating advice stream. That is not my goal here. Okay. If there was lights turned off, figure out all possible paths to turn the lights off. Okay. How do I check if it's a string of all dots and question marks? That's not right. If lights replace the hash mark with nothing. Let's see what this works. Let's see what this does. What am I doing? Am I doing something stupid here? I might have someone out, but honestly, it's hard to tell if it's just a person being friendly and in the same social hobby circle, or if they're really interested in something more. It is hard to tell. That is an incredibly hard thing to tell, because not every person you talk to is a monolith and they're going to ask the same. Some people send out mixed signals. Some people are very flirty just as friends. Some people will say hi to you and that's their idea of shooting their shot. You don't know where people are coming from. So my advice in this scenario is you just ask someone out, but not in a weird pressure way. Don't try to like corner them or get them alone. None of that weird stuff. Just be like, hey, you know, like, yeah, like, I don't know, like, hey, we've hung out a bunch. Like, I enjoy talking to you. Like, would you be interested in going out sometime? Like, no pressure. If you say no, like, it's not gonna be weird. Like, we're just gonna go back to like being friends or whatever. But like, is that something you'd maybe want to like try? Like, literally, you can just approach someone like that. You can just be straight up front and make sure to give them an out so it doesn't feel awkward if they're like, oh no, sorry. It's like, hey, totally cool. Just figured I'd try. Like, all good. Don't worry. I'm not going to be weird. Like, I've literally said that to people. I'm like, yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to be super weird about it. Like, it's all good. just had to see. Human relations will always be weird. That's why I only date AI chatbots now. Cool. There's a problem with that. Is by dating only AI chatbots, you're going to contribute to human relations being weird. If we want human relations to stop being weird, we can't be dating AI chatbots, all right? We got to go backwards. All right, what's going on here? What am I doing wrong? Do I not have any joltages? Is the joltage not an array? It's not an array. It is being passed in as an array. But it's being stored as joltage. Okay, so we should probably store it as joltages. Just to be consistent. Okay. We remove the hash marks, we're left with just the periods if they're the same length. Oh, if they're the same string. Okay. Warforged, you absolutely do. It's not a bad trait, but you are very gung-ho. And you're probably going to have to learn to channel that a little bit. Don't change who you are. It's not what I'm saying to do. But you definitely get excited about new things. You get a little bit infatuated with new things. And when that's directed towards a person, that can be incredibly off-putting. Because, like, you... I've met people where within like the first 24 hours of talking to them, they're like texting me like 8,000 different times, and the word clingy is the word that comes up. So you want to avoid being that, but there's nothing wrong. All or nothing, 0 100, that's it. Yeah, and that's going to be one of those situations where if you say that's just who I am, take it or leave it, you might have a lot of people leaving it. Be careful about that. Not saying you have to change who you are, just be aware that that's how you are, and you can let someone know that that's how things are with you. A great programmer, an even better life coach. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm a great life coach. I've experienced some stuff, so this is my approach to it. Take it with a grain of salt. This is my advice. Noise, bash code, yo, thank you, appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. What could be better on a Saturday night? Oh my god, anything else? I could be doing anything else more fun than this. No, actually, this is a ton of fun. I love these puzzles. Whew. All right, joltages contain one or more lights on. Figure out all possible paths to turn them off. So now we have to find the best way to turn off the path. So find all routes to lights off. And we will give it the lights string. And we will give it the buttons that we can press. Okay. So I have to go up here and implement this. So this is basically part one we're implementing. Even though we're in part two, we have to implement part one effectively here. Tabs or spaces? Bro, tabs. Hard tabs. 8 spaces in my editor, but hard tabs. Yo, what up, Slater US? How you doing? If in doubt, show them your panel skills. Work every time. It does. Yeah, I know that you can't put parameters in bash functions, and I understand that upsets people, but you have to think about a bash function like a mini program, and the parameters are just the arguments that you're giving the mini program, so you can just kind of give whatever you want there. That's the way that I justify its craziness in my head. Find all routes to lights off. Now we're going to use the thing that Narf talked about. So, yeah. I am bad. Like to groom and teach mine women to read my mind. What are you talking about? What are these comments you are putting in my YouTube chat? Clean up your language a little bit before you keep talking my YouTube chat. You've been here for a while. I'm not going to kick you, but don't be weird. No, TS equals 8, bro. The real solution is to avoid the bike shedding, says the person who brought up tabs versus spaces. I see who you are. Okay, I have to really focus. All right, now here we go. Okay, so now we have to find how to turn this to all lights being off. And the way we can do that is by looping over every single button and seeing what happens. And that's not actually that difficult because we can create a binary representation for all the buttons that we could possibly type. So the way we can do this, let me think about this. Because we have 6 buttons. And we need every possible binary combination of that. So I think we need every number between 2 to the 6. 0 and 2 to the 6. All the buttons you can type. Yo, what up, Video James Live? How you doing, bro? Welcome. That's just too many buttons. Dude, it is too many buttons. Yo, VJ Lives are in the house. This is Video James, man. World famous voice actor. Go follow him on Instagram. Go follow him on YouTube. Go follow him on TikTok. Video James. He is he's awesome. His content's awesome. And he also bought some pizza for me, so that was pretty cool too. I like that part. Stop, but go on. Yeah, Video James, I announced the course. Everyone knows it. It's going live Monday. We got the new website up for it right here, as you can see. 1 day and 13 hours. I also have a secret website up for the super fans that think to curl course.ysap.sh and get this beautiful landing page for the complete bash scripting course. 62 seconds, 7+ hours of content created by Dave Eddy. There will be a YouTube link there once the video is actually up. So that is pretty neato. Now, for anyone just tuning in, what we're doing here, like Video James specifically, we have to press all these stupid little buttons to try and make a little light thing. So it's very confusing. And what I'm actually going to show you is not the real problem we're solving, but we have this light layout, these buttons, and this we can ignore for now. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons. And when you press a button, it toggles the light over here on or off. If it's a period, it's off. And if it's a pound sign, it's on. So this has 4 lights, off, on, off. We have to figure out the fastest way, the most efficient way to go from this to being all off. And we can only press these buttons. The problem is when I press this button 1 and 3, it only toggles lights 1 and 3. And we're starting at 0, so this is light 1 and this is light 3. So we have to figure out all the different button paths and be very efficient about how we turn on and off the lights. And that's just to get the first part of this problem done, that we don't even know if it's going to solve the rest of it. Part 2 does say to ignore the lights. You are correct. But I'm working on a theory I have that I've been crafting over the last 2 streams of trying to figure out. So basically, here are the joltages. I already know what the light layout looks for this joltage. Look at this. 3, 5, 4, 7. If it's an odd number, the light is on. If it's an even number, the light is off. So I know that this has light state of on, off, on. And in order to go to the default state of all zeros, which is off, 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 I have to come up with the fastest way to go from this on, off, on to off, 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 off. I have to find all the possible button combinations without repeating that brings me to that state. Once I have that, I can turn all these numbers into an even number, and then we might be able to traverse down that list faster. That's my current theory. I have no idea if it's going to work, and it's insane. So my last 2 streams was me diving into this theory, trying to figure out if it will work. We're going to see if we can get something out of this. So yeah. We are going to be doing bit shifting here. That's exactly how we're approaching it. So like this button, for instance, of 1, 3, I'm actually representing this as 0, 1, 0, 1. So we are going to treat that as just like this all gets turned into the number 5. And then we can do bit shift. So when you press a button, we're actually just XORing them together. So that's exactly how we do it. We've already done this. I've done this in part 1. Part 1 literally turns them into numbers and then XORs them together. You can see right here. We XOR the number to the button. And then we check, well, we also cache that value, which is pretty cool. So we can actually start caching results and getting faster answers. So yes. So we are going to be doing it's brute force. We're going to be doing some brute force because we can't check everything, but we have this giant world of things we need to check. We're going to try and reduce that world as much as possible. That's our goal here. So now we're going to find all routes to light off. So what that means is if we take the first example input, our total joltage is 19, and our current joltage looks like this. So we're going to figure out all the paths to go from this to light off, meaning turn all the numbers into even numbers. That's our first goal. So in order to do that, we have to come up with every possible way of doing this. And I think it's 2 to the number of buttons. So max equals 2 to the power of the number of buttons we have. And then we can do something like for I equals 0. For I equals 0, I less than max, I plus plus, do, done. And then we have every single possibility. So checking button $I. There we go. So we should have 64 button combinations. Now this might seem confusing, but imagine if we converted this into binary, it's telling us if the buttons are on or off based on the binary of it. So now that we're checking this button, we could say checking button this. If it's button all zeros, that will never work because we never actually press a button. So we could skip that. It's a form of optimizing it. So now we could say for, what do we have? We have to loop over the button index. So for j equals 0, j less than the number of buttons, j plus plus, do, done. Now we will get the button at spot j only if the index of the button can be logically ANDed with it. So, okay, this is so confusing. If I logically ANDs with j, then that button is turned on. So let's go ahead and get that button out of it. Button at j. And let's go ahead and turn that button on. So that is what's happening here. Is that YouTube ding dong trying to get banned? What are you talking about? Okay. Oh, I don't know what they're doing over there. Yeah, they seem fine. They've been around for a couple streams. If they're weird, I can just kick them, but they seem fine. Got a little out of line there. I don't know what was happening with those messages. Num XOR with button, because that's what happens when you press it. And then after we've pressed the buttons, get the light layout for the buttons. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here. Find all rights to lights off. We know where we're starting from, what buttons we have to press. When we get to lights off, then we have to talk about the buttons that we pressed. If new lights equal... What am I doing wrong here? This is taking the joltages and converting them to lights. That's great. We're pressing buttons from a 0 state. At the end of it, we'll have the lights embedded in binary. Well, that didn't work. Well, probably because I need the equal sign here. Airplane. Now you're right, man. I hate the airplanes here. So the button is nothing. We're looping over J. How is the button nothing? Oh, probably because I'm not using the right variable name. Okay. So that's what I have at the end of it. That's my binary representation of it, but I need to turn this into... Yo, what's up, Gary? How you doing? Convert number to lights. No, I think when you convert lights to number. This conversion back and forth is being super stupid. I think this is right. We'll have to double check this logic. We have convert lights to number. Okay. We have new num here. There we go. Okay, we converted this to 13. Does that look right? That does look right. 1101 in binary becomes 13. Yeah, that makes perfect sense because the 2 is turned off. If the 2 is on, it would be a 15, and that's what you get for all ones in this length of binary. Okay, cool. We can convert lights to a number now. That's good. So now we can check if new num equals num, then this layout worked. These buttons worked. Then echo need to press buttons. Buttons. I don't know what these are separated by. No. Okay. So according to this, none of them worked. I don't believe that for a second. Because if I had state on, off, on, it has to be possible. One of these is backwards. this is backwards. No, it's not. That seems right. Hmm. Converted this to 13. That looks right. 8, 4, and 1. It's 13. Possible buttons are 1, 5, 2, 3, 10, 12. North, south, and Dennis. We didn't press any button. When we press button 1, button 1. Press button 1. Oh, I know what it is. If the 1th bit is set, why do we press 5, then 3, then 12? Oh. No, we want to check if it's in there. Exactly, dude. North, south, and Dennis. What am I doing wrong? Oh, we're only comparing the button indexes. Oh, that's right. No, this is right. It's still binary. It's still binary. Checking button 1. 1 ands with 1. I ands with that. Checking button 5. We press the button 5. 1 ended with 2. 1 ended with 3. Yeah, see, this is... I see what the problem is. Yeah, we don't need this. We need a different, we need to construct a different number from this. This is not right. This looks way better. This is right. Okay. Okay, so these are the buttons presses that worked. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. It's not the most elegant solution, but we're getting somewhere. Oh my god, I can't type. There we go. Okay, so there's 4 button press combinations that will get us to that, and it gives you the actual buttons themselves and not the index of the button. What do we need at the end of the puzzle? Oh, we just need the fewest button presses. Okay, that's fine. So we don't actually need to keep track of the indices of the buttons. Okay. So 3 button presses, 4 button presses, 2 button presses, and 3 button presses. All 4 of these combinations will get us to the 0 state. That is huge. Okay. Now, if we can't get to the 0 state, we gotta go depth first. If we can't get to the 0 state, then we still have to check all the buttons. Even if we can't get to the 0 state, it still might fail, so we still have to check all the buttons. But these are the ones that we should check first. Okay. If there are lights turned on, figure out a possible path to turn them off. Okay. Is x/0 and off equivalent? I'm not sure what you're asking. Is it something in my output or what? I've used the syntax from the puzzle. So if it's a pound sign, it's on. If it's a dot, it's off. I'm also using 0s and 1s there. So 0 is off, 1 is on. Oh, typo. Okay, yeah. 0s are definitely are off. Yes. What am I doing? Find all routes to path off, and then we have to loop over them. Okay. Are you playing piano? I was. Yes. Video games. I do not play piano. That didn't happen. So please don't make things up. Please don't spread misinformation in the chat. Joel's just getting one or more lights on. Figure out all possible paths to turn them off using no repeat buttons. These paths plus all buttons to check next using DFS. I think that's the way to do it. Let's store all those paths in there. You're right, and I was wrong. I'll be the first to admit it. Threw your dog out the window. I was wrong. I was damn wrong, and I'll be the first to admit it. Okay. These paths plus all buttons. Check next using... Okay. So now that we have paths to check. We give it joltages and buttons. So we will call solve joltages and buttons. And we should also keep track of our depth. Okay. Do snowfall if you can, if that wouldn't disturb you. What is snowfall? What are you talking about? I solved it. It runs in. Wow. Wait, what, did you solve this puzzle? Day 10 part 2? Because if you did, that's incredible. That's amazing. Solved at depth 0. I guess if we solved it using DFS, then we're done. Part 2 using Go, though. Yeah, it's awesome. Heck yeah. Let me think. We should have to simulate the button presses. Yeah. And then try them. Okay. We have to... This sucks without proper data structures. Oh, it sucks so bad without them. What's this function called? Solve joltage, and it takes... Oh, it reads the buttons. Okay, and the depth is 3. Joltages and buttons. Okay. I don't know, but I think you're totally in the wrong path. The number in 012 marked index, or I misunderstand. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Yeah, those numbers are the index of the joltage meter to modify. Hold on. What's up, Super Schmuck? Yeah, it's going all right. Not sure if we're on to anything actually useful here, but, you know, it's going. Yo, what's going on? What's going on? We might be cooked. Okay, we need to press those buttons. Okay. Okay. Yo, what's going on? We're working on Advent of Code coding puzzle challenge things. depth 5? How do we get to depth 5 already? Need to press buttons 5, 2, and 10. So we have 3 buttons we need to press. Oh, yeah. Hey, look at this. 3, 4, 4, 6. No, it shouldn't be at depth 5. It should be at depth 3. So we're getting something a little bit wrong here. Whatever the current depth is, plus the number of this array of buttons. There's 3 in there. Why am I getting depth 5? How is 5 being passed in there? Okay. This is why. Should be a star. This should be a star. Okay. Okay. Hey, what are you working on if you don't mind me? It's in the title of the stream. I'm working on a coding puzzle challenge called Advent of Code. This is year 2025. There are 12 days this year of coding puzzle challenges. I am stuck on day 10. I've done all other challenges. Each one has a part 1 and a part 2. We've done day 10 part 1. We are on day 10 part 2. Oh, I just hit a follower goal. Oh my god, 760 followers on Twitch. Yo, thank you guys for following on Twitch. That's super cool. If you're watching on Twitch and you like what you see, go ahead and hit that follow button. That's pretty cool. If you're watching on YouTube, I know that a bunch of YouTubers like to lurk and just hang out in the stream. I think that's totally cool. That's awesome. When you get a chance and can look at your phone or your computer, hit that subscribe button. Go ahead and make sure you're subscribed because I like watching that number go up. So if you do that, that's awesome. But I understand if you're just chilling and lurking. Hey man, I get it. Two to the 10 followers. Hey, I have 2 to the 16th followers, more than 2 to the 16th followers on YouTube, or subscribers. I finally have more than a 16-bit integer worth of followers on YouTube. What are my YouTube subscriber count at? I don't know, 66,000 I think now, which is awesome. Thank you everyone for subscribing on YouTube. Exactly, dude. Number goes up, dude. You get it. This has been super inspiring. I went to the 2015 Advent to start my own journey because of you. That's awesome. That's amazing. I love hearing that. I will be joining you there once I get this puzzle figured out. Then I will be starting on the 2015 one. So we're in a good place now. We have some good code in place. It's not the cleanest code, but we have code in place. So we probably should abstract this into a function call. But for now, you are the best, Dave. Hey, that's such a nice compliment. Thank you. I appreciate that. So here's the part where we are dying. We don't know what to do when the joltages are already all off. Now, my thought process from my notes was to divide by the greatest common divisor. We could still do that. It might just be simpler just to divide by 2 because I don't know about doing GCD in Bash. Go to sleep. You're going to go to sleep? Yo, and thanks. Wow, totally misread your message. I'm going to go to sleep. Good luck. Yo, appreciate it. Have a good sleep, and thank you for the luck. So now that we're here, we could divide this by 2. Technically speaking, we could do that. If we divide by 2, we have to keep track of that and double any key presses. I think we're okay. Okay, if we're here. So now we're going to loop the joltages that we have. And we are going to just check if any of them are 0. If any of them are 0, we can't modify it any further. We might have to try and cut it in half again. How many times we cut it in half is 0. If we have no zeros, okay, we start an infinite while loop and we check if there are zeros in it. If there are zeros in this, then we can't do anything. So we have to break out, not of this loop, but of the entire loop. We can cut it in half. Cool. So now that we can cut it in half, we can go through each joltages and lower it. I love how the program logic is running in your head. I have to, dude. I have I have to literally run it in my head. Do we have a local J anywhere? I don't know if we do. Let's just declare it here. I don't think we're using I. Yeah, let's just use I here. Dude, you like one of the two guys who make that show. Don't ask me who they are. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I less than the length of joltages. I plus plus, and we're doing this because we need the index. We're going to modify this array. We are going to set joltages at I. Oh, we're going to just divide equal to. That's all we're going to do. So we've cut all the joltages in half. Now that we've done that, we can say half times plus plus. That's how many times we've done it in half. And then we go back to the top of the loop where we check again. And we might be able to cut it in half again. We have to keep track of the original joltage too. We do have so much more work to do here. Yeah, Bash does not care about indents at all. I am the only one who cares about it. Okay, now that we're here, we have to just randomly press a single button. That's what we have to do. We have to just press a single button. That is what we have to do. But we also have to keep track of how many times we cut it in half. It doesn't change our depth, but it changes something. What do we have here? Let's talk about where we are in my flow. We are here. We have this. We pressed a button, which got us here. We pressed a button, which got here. We're here. We divide it by 2, so we're at this state. So now we have to do the same process over again and see how long that takes to get there. But we don't know how many key presses it took to get between the two. I don't know. We'll figure that out as we get to it. We might have to climb back up the tree once we traverse to the bottom so we can add up how long it took to get there. But we're going to worry about that when we get there. We've subtracted half from the joltages. We do it multiple times. That's not the best way to do it. That is not the best way to do it. We shouldn't have a loop here. We should just recall the same function. Okay. Okay. Then we just call ourselves again. Okay. This is not terrible. I don't know if it's going to work, but it's not terrible what we have here. We don't know how many things we just skipped over, so let's just add 10,000 to it. So I'll have a really big number with 10,000 at the end. So here we go. I spent all day working on a no library solution to this. Kind of regret it. Did it work? Because if it worked, then, you know, hey, man. Takes 1.5 hours to run. Oh my god. I mean, that's kind of awesome, actually. I like that. Okay. It runs in a few seconds, but it's wrong. That's really funny. Why am I not getting to even joltages? 3547, right. Need to press 5210 in that order. Now we're at depth 3. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay, we found a wrong path. We found it very quickly, so that's cool. Okay, well that exit's causing problems. Okay, we got to a to-do. That's cute. Do we have buttons to deal with that? We don't have a 0, comma. Oh, we do have a 0, comma 2 button. You just hit that twice. And that would get you there. Okay, so we just have that to do to implement. Brute force all buttons. Yeah, so we have code to brute force the buttons. Okay. Now we do have to cache this. And we can also do this. If it's successful, then we can return 0. Solved at depth 22. Okay, so we've come up with a solution, but we're still doing a weird divide by 2 things. Seems like a high depth. We're getting depth 22, so that means we're not hitting this plus 1,000 thing. Why are we not cutting the joltages in half? This button should go down when we hit this. Oh man, okay. I don't think it ran all the buttons. I see the problem. Yo, I'm glad you're enjoying the coding session. It's a little bit boring right now. I understand that. I'm kind of locked in. But, yeah. That's not right. Oh, that's the problem. Need that index. Okay. So we solved at depth 10,008. 10,000 means that it skipped one. So it could be, actually, if it's solved at 10, then that's the right answer. So we just need to figure out how to bring down that number. So like when we cut something in half, how many button presses did we skip? Like, Yo, what's up, Invalid Instruction? Thank you for the Prime subscription on Twitch. That's awesome. I guess dude doesn't like me. I have no idea what you're talking about. What did we cut in? What did we cut? Okay, we're very close. When we cut this in half, what are we doing? How many button presses are we cutting in half? We go from 2446 to 1223. We've definitely divided something in half. We've divided the amount of button presses it takes from this to go to the 0 state. Oh yeah, wait. From this to the 0 state is what we cut. Oh god, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay. We cut this in half. So now we need to try again with the same depth, but with a flag set. We'll call it halvesies. Halved equals $4. Okay. Okay. So if we have halved our way there, then to solve the button presses, let's think. If we cut it in half, then we go down here. If we have 0, then we have to press each button once. Then we do this. We have to do that everywhere. We have to keep track of how many times we've halved it, though. That's tough. We're almost there. I really like your content, but I won't be disrespected. Who is disrespecting you? No one said anything to you. How are you being disrespected? T plus equal halved. I guess we could put a 0 there. Again? This is how many times we've halved it. And we only increment it when we do this. Otherwise, we'll just default it to a 0. And then we'll plus equal it. What am I doing wrong here? Hold on. Okay, gonna simulate bug bars. If we've been halved before, we don't need to do that, we can just do this. Because it's one button press. The number of buttons we had to press times the amount of times we've had to been halved is that. Okay. We probably will still have to cache something, but I don't really quite understand what yet. Okay, well, depth 1 is wrong. Gotta plug my phone in. All right. press this, we press this, we press this, then we end up with joltage 2, 3, 3, 6. I mean, that's just not right, right? What? Am I crazy? The fact that depth is just 0 everywhere is throwing me off. There we go. Somewhere I'm losing the depth field, which is fine. We're going to find out where. Oh, 1 times halved is the problem. It needs to be half plus 1. Because normally we haven't halved anything, so it's at 0. This was just doing depth plus 0. If we make it 1, then we times it by the number of button presses, which is 1. Then we just do depth plus 1. That makes sense. Here we just pass it along. That's fine. Number of buttons times the number of times it was halved. So we just need to put a plus 1 there. Okay. Solved at depth 9. That's incorrect. It should be a minimum of 10 button presses, but we could have an off by 1 error here. So that is a very real possibility. Okay. Now the next example is, I guess we could just do all 3 examples, right? We should have 10, 12, and 11. We need caching in here. Yeah, because these next examples definitely get more complicated. Now, what exactly we cache, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But we should get 10, 12, and 11. I don't think this one's gonna run in any sort of meaningful time here. This might be a good excuse to go get a drink. And it's running. I'm going to go grab something to drink. I'll be right back. We'll see if this runs. It should be 10, 12, and 11. If it's off by 1, it will be 9, 11, and 10. Or it will just fail. It'll just not work. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I don't call exit anywhere else. So if that happened, it just got to the end of the thing. That's hilarious. It just got to the end of the loop, meaning it didn't find a valid way of solving it. Dude, I tried, man. You can't say I didn't try. Okay. All right, again, I'm gonna let this run. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. So, there's no solution here. There's just two that don't give a solution. There's just two that just didn't run. No idea why. That's super weird. What do we think is happening here? Are we running out of things to do? I know it took a long time. Oh, well. What? Oh. I don't quite understand. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we do get... Well, hold on. I don't know what's happening here. Somehow we're making our way out of this function without anything meaningful being printed. Exactly. We're going to need more more debugging output, because what's happening here? There's no way we're trying everything and it's all failing. We have to get this example working before we can even start thinking about caching it. Well, the numbers keep getting smaller, which is good. We are working our way there. No, it's depth first search. It'll get smaller than bigger, then smaller than bigger. How fun. I don't know how this doesn't work, because we are just, even though we're doing that weird logic, we still are brute forcing all button presses. We're just trying to be smart about it and do it in an optimized way, but we're still brute forcing all of them. So like our logic's just wrong, if that's the case, if it just doesn't work. We can quote this. I don't think that's going to make a difference, but quoting the right-hand side of the expansion can sometimes help like this. The YouTube chat definitely has a bit of a delay when it comes to getting on screen. It's just the plugin I'm using, but also make sure that you're watching live too. Like YouTube has a tendency of just like buffering and then like, you know, forgetting where you are, just like putting you like next thing you know, you're like 60 seconds behind on a live stream. You're like, okay, this is kind of lame. I don't understand. We're brute forcing all possible presses, so like, how would that not work? Guy doing batch being chill at 2 a.m. Yeah, dude. Welcome. All right, let's walk through this. We see a new joltage. We check if any of them are less than 0. If it's less than 0, then it's invalid. We do a redundant check here for if the total voltage is less than 0. This should never happen, but it's bad. If the total joltage is 0, then we're good. We found a solution. That's incredible. So we have still more work to do. Figure out the lights at the current joltages. Okay, we convert that to lights. Then we say if there are lights turned on, figure out all possible paths. So echo this, and then if lights are equal to dots, echo joltage is even. Okay, we even do that. And then if we get down here, we should echo okay. Go back to the top. Joltage is even. If the joltage is even, we're going to check if we can cut it in half. The only way we can cut it in half is if none of the numbers are zeros. If there's already a 0, we can't cut it in half. So if has 0 equals true, we call break 2. That's wrong. Okay, we just break out of this loop. If has zeros is true, if there were trues, then we just have to brute force all the possible button presses. And we have this logic to do it. For button in all the buttons we have, we create a new joltage array called J. We have I equal to 0. We grab the jolt out of the existing joltage. We check its index. If the button says we need to press it, then we subtract from the jolt. We add that to the new array. Bada bing, easy. And then we add to the depth 1 times the amount of times we've halved it plus 1. So if we've halved it 0 times, that becomes 1. 1 times 1 is 1. Depth plus 1. Solve it at that, and then return 0. Okay, that makes sense. Now we are returning early. I think that's okay. Might not be. We might have to find a bunch of paths and then take the shortest one. Cutting joltages in half. We cut all the joltages in half. We increase the halved variable, and then we pass it back into this function to run again. Cool, that's the end of that. Now if the joltages have 1 or more lights on, we need to find all the routes to turn the lights off. And this is our optimized path. If we found optimized paths, then we loop through each one of those, pressing all the buttons in there. So we create a new joltage array called J, loop over every button that we need to press, which is the underscore button one, because that's the one that we got from the paths. Then we do for I equals 0, I less than the length of that array, I plus plus. We grab the index. We logically and it with the button, checking if we should be affecting that one, and then we subtract from the new joltage. And we do that for every button. That's a certain number of buttons were pressed. So whatever that number of buttons pressed times the amount of times it was halved plus 1. And then we add that to the current depth, and that's how deep we are into it now. And then we solve the joltage of the new thing with the existing buttons at the new depth. Awesome. Then we go down here and we still brute force all the other solutions, because just because we had optimized paths doesn't mean that those are going to work. So we have to try these other paths, but we try these other paths later. They're not as important. Where we just simulate every button press here. This logic all looks right. I think that one break 2 might have been the issue, and we will see if that's the case. So this solves at depth 9. I don't even know what we can cache, but we have to cache something because this is too slow. So this got nothing again. Something isn't right. Huh. It's very weird that it just keeps getting nothing. Okay. I really don't understand. This logic seems like it should work. Okay. Trying to solve this. Joltage is F0. This becomes the light string on, off, on, off. That's correct. Joltages have one or more lights on. Correct. Found some shorter paths. Nice. We need to press 6 and then 28. When you press 6 and 28, you get these. This isn't right. This isn't right. Because if we found a shorter path and we press them, it should bring us to an even number. That's what the shorter paths are for. So this is incorrect. Okay. Now 6 in binary is 1, 1, 0. So we would decrement at 1 and we would decrement at 2. Right, we wouldn't decrement at 0. We just decrement at 1 and 2. Trying to solve 7, 4, 10, 6, and 1. So this is wrong. Why did the 1 get decremented here? In order for this to get decremented, some number would have, these buttons would have had to have an even number in it because that would be the bit. Oh wait, are they backwards? Okay, what is button 6's? we're so close. Button 6 is... And button 28 is... oh wait, there's 5 joltages. So we should decrement at index 1. Okay. At some point, something's just backwards. We're pressing button 6, which is the second button, which is this one. We're pressing 2, 3. 2, 3 should decrement 12 and 7. It should decrement J at 1 and J at 2. So that is incorrect. Indexing it wrong. It is wrong. It's backwards. 28 is... What is 28 in binary? It's 116. What's an 8? Does that bring it to 24? And we're doing 28? Yes, it's another 8. And it's a 4. That's it. So that's what 28 looks like in binary, which would be 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2, which is this button. And when we encounter that button, yeah, we're decrementing the wrong ones. We're just indexing it incorrectly. It's this part that's wrong. 1 shifted over by I. It should be len minus I. It's a backwards error. That's exactly what it is. Can you just do 2 raised to the I? No, we still got 7, 4, 10, 6, 1, which is wrong. So it's the same thing. It's the same wrong problem. Yeah, we need to do len minus I minus 1. Okay. This is still wrong. Yeah, look at these index numbers. These are wrong. Okay. Oh, it's an order of operations. It's doing 2 raised to this before it does the subtractions. Okay, now it's okay, now it's acting appropriate. Now we get 6, 4, 10, 6, 2. Look at that. They're all even numbers. Okay. Okay, we're making progress. Let's do the first one again. Hey, solved at depth 10. That's correct. Let's do the second puzzle. Solved at depth 8. That's incorrect. It should be 12. Okay, and let's do the third example. That solved at 8. It should be 11. Okay. It's not great. That one's right. It's not great, but that bug has been fixed. All right. 7, 5, 12, 7, 2 becomes on, off, on, off. Found some shorter paths. Need to press 6 and 28. We press 6 and 28. We are left with 6, 4, 10, 6, 2. Hey, that's pretty good. 6, 4, 2 becomes this. Joltage is even. 6, 4, 2. Cutting joltage in half. Trying to solve joltage is 3, 2, 5, 3, 1. 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Dude, at this point, yeah, I'll take it. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Trying to solve joltages at depth 2, halved 1. 3, 2, 5, 3, 1 becomes this. Joltages have 1 or more lights on. Found some shorter paths. Need to press 23. If we press 23, we are left with this. Trying to solve joltages at depth 4. Halved 0. 2, 4, 2, 2, 4, 2, 0 becomes this. Joltage is even. But it's even, but there's a 0 in it, so we can't do it. Trying to solve joltages this. That's not valid. Try to solve joltages this becomes that. Yeah, so we're just trying to go into this one. So this one's not valid. This one's not valid. Okay. Your determination on this is amazing. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I love these puzzles, man. They're so much fun. What can we cache to make this faster? And actually, this is going pretty fast. That we failed pretty quickly on this, which is good. So let's not worry about caching now. Let's actually get the algorithm right. Now, what does it think is right, actually? That's another good question. It says it's solved at depth 8, but, like, what buttons does it believe it pressed to solve those? You know what I mean? I might have to put some logging there. I just want to get an idea. I know this isn't working, but what if I just had the real input, head -1, pipe it into translate, and then pipe it into part 2? Does this solve in any sort of meaningful time? Nah, we probably need to cache some sort of thing. And the algorithm's also not working, so there is that. I wonder if my math is just wrong with the halving stuff. We should keep track of the button presses. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. So it thinks it's pressed nothing. So that's not great. Well, I called it pressed and I printed presses. So, you know, hey. Okay, so it pressed. Sometimes with a comma, sometimes without. So according to this, it pressed 5 buttons to get there. That makes no sense. Parentheses around a lot of button presses. One, 5, 2, 3, 10, 12. Those are the buttons it thinks it pressed? I'm so confused. Oh, am I using the variable press? No, I'm not. Yeah, it'd help if I was consistent with my variable naming. Okay. So what we pressed were... What? That should be button, correct. That should be period because nothing. This is an array of buttons. That doesn't seem right. It should be the underscore buttons array. Okay. Okay. So in order to get this solution, we pressed 5 to 10, then we pressed 5 to 10, then we pressed 110, 2, and 15. So according to this, press 3 buttons, did that twice, so that's 6 buttons. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We pressed 11 buttons. Okay, sure. Oh wait, no, that's not right. We pressed these 2 twice. 5 to 10, then 1, 2, 1, 2. Or this, then this, then this. So whatever 10 is, 0, 1, 0, 0, we pressed that twice. We pressed that 3 times. This shouldn't be having halved here, I think. Now we get a worse answer. What if my math's wrong? So we pressed two buttons, which got us to an even state. Once we're in an even state, we divide it in two, so that's what this period means. And then in order to get to the next state, we just ran one button, so that's two buttons, you could think of that. And then we did this again, and to get out of that state, we did this. So we just did this button twice. So this is 6 button presses plus 2 button presses plus 2 button presses. It's 10. Doesn't get us to 12, but it doesn't get us to 8. I've probably written a thing to turn it into buttons, right? Let's do this. Convert joltage to lights. Let's convert lights to number. Let's convert... If you're dividing joltage, should you multiply button count? I don't know what that means. That's what I'm doing. I have a variable called halved that I will multiply the next button set of buttons you press. So if you press 3 after we divide it, then I count that as 6. At least I think I do. Now that we have this number, we need this to binary thing. I'm not thinking properly. Convert lights to number. Convert joltage to lights. We need to convert number to button. So like, it's the binary thing again. Might need to know the length of it too. But wouldn't you need to multiply by the square? Half of half is quarter, not a third. Multiply by the square. Yes. But I don't think in this example we've come to a situation where we've divided by 2 twice. So yes, that's an issue, but I don't think we've encountered that here yet. What am I doing? Okay. So we press 2 buttons. That caused something that could be halved. And once it was halved, we cut it in half. So there's some amount of work to go from that to the one above it. And to get down there, we have to go back to the... Yeah, it's the halving logic that's messed up. Oh, wait, we cut it in half, like in half and half. So, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we cut it in half. So however many steps it takes to get from this number now to 0 is what this was. Yeah. Okay, I see the problem now. We cut this in half. So the distance between that is the same distance to that to 0. So however many presses it takes to get to 0 from that point, we need to multiply by 2. I don't know how to do that. I don't know where to put that code. The halving logic is just not right. We have to get information out of this function. Okay. So our solve joltage will have to return. It'll have to. We should have to return data from it. Let's just think about that. Yeah, man, we're doing advent of code. All right, so if we're down here, Joltage has one or more lights on. If we have shorter paths, let's not even talk about this. This is where we brute force paths down here. So when we brute force a button press, we know that going down there, it's taken an extra 1. I don't know. I don't know. Just had to grab my water. Also, could you take some time to review an offline? No, I can't. I can't do that right now. Let's see. We need to figure out how to get the depth out of it. So how far in it goes. So like this function has to return something. So if we go down here, we've simulated one button press. The hell? What do we return out of this? Yeah, I didn't think about that. Once you divide by half, it's however many presses it takes to get out to the bottom. Let me think about this. Let me think about this while playing piano. I think I have to do something like this. So we have to say if solve joltage. If it was solved, then we return some number. To like literally do this. This is so gross, but let. Yeah, nice. Let's declare a local variable here, local answer. And then we'll say, when we call solve joltage, we'll say answer equals that if $? Equal 0, meaning it was successful, then we have an answer. Then we echo what it gave us. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the first things first is if it's even. If our number is even, we check if it has zeros. If it has zeros, we have to brute force it. So to brute force it, we get the answer. If we were successful to get the answer, we just echo answer and return 0. Okay. Yeah, syntax is not great here. Dude, I always do that, man. I always use the wrong just keywords. I'm such in Rust world. So if we're able to solve it, then we just echo whatever the answer is, because the answer is going to bubble up. Well, answer +1 because we pressed a button. Oh, that might be it. That might be it. Okay, let's just do this. Let's return whatever the answer gave us +1 because we had to press a button to get there. Let's go where we call solve joltage down here. If we get down here, oh my god, okay. If we get down here and it was successful, then it's answer times 2. Because it's whatever came below us times 2. Oh my god, okay. Now we solved the joltage here. If this one works, then it's slightly different. Because there were multiple button presses to get to this one. Then it's answer plus the length of the buttons array that we had to press. And if it's down here, then it is something. That's answer +1 because we're just brute forcing it. But now we are capturing the output. So let's use something different. Let's use the alternative syntax to get the reply variable out of it, so we can still echo safely. Okay. Oh my god, we're onto something. Okay. Took 12 presses. The final one takes head minus 3, tail minus 1, should take 13 presses. Let's do them in order. It should be 10, 12, 11. We get 13, 12, and 12. So, not right. We don't need any of this half stuff. Okay, the first one took 13 presses. That is not right. Okay, something's not quite right there. It should be 10. And it thinks you had to press this button, then this button. This math is right. You press 3 buttons. Then we cut it in half. And then we press 5 more buttons to solve it. So if you cut it in half, you would need 10 buttons. Plus the 3 is 13. So the math is checking out. But it's just wrong. Oh, you know what? When I find the shorter paths, I should sort them. That's what I should do. Yeah, this should be sorted. Find all routes. 2 lights off. We should be sorting these. How do we sort these? Good set of videos. Programming, solving problems the old way. Yo, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. So we should be sorting these. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab another drink. I don't think I've ever played that song before, but as I started playing, I was like, wait, hold on, that's Listen to Your Heart. That's it. Yo, what's going on, everybody? Never had a channel with piano interludes. I should start putting these in my long-form videos. I don't think people would appreciate that. Listen to your heart when he's calling for you. I think that's the song, right? Listen to your heart. I can't sing. Nothing else you can do. I don't know where you're going. I don't know the lyrics, actually. All right. Lock in. Lock in. We're very close. We're very close. We need to take this data and we need to sort it from least to most. Now, as you can see, this one's already sorted. But the top one here, 3, 4, 2, and 3, I'm looking at the number of elements in this array if you were to treat it like an array. So we have to sort this. Now, we might be able to cheat a little bit. I haven't exactly thought about how we could cheat a little bit, but we could cheat a little bit. Because line length is kind of out of the question. 1 a.m. snowing, hot chocolate plus cinnamon whiskey, and this, that sounds fantastic. That is awesome. Now, I think we did come up with some code last night to sort like that, and it was horrendous. I think it piped like TR, then back into sort, then back into TR, then back into sort. Like, do you remember that? Yeah, look at this. We read it all in, every line, we turn a space to a new line, we pipe it to sort, we put the new line back into a space, and then we pipe the whole thing to sort. And then we pipe it to unique, and then we pipe it to sort again. No, the unique thing is not necessary, but I think this is the code we need. So I'm just going to copy and paste that like a good programmer, and we're going to put it into our part 2. So we definitely knew this at one point, and we had just forgotten it. So yeah, let's get gross here. We can just put curly braces around this whole thing and then pipe the whole thing. This is a fun little bash trick. I think that works. Hey, that changed it to 12 presses. That is the correct answer for the first one. The second one No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm lying to you. I'm lying to you. That's what I do. I lie for fun. The first one should be 10, not 12. The second one should be 12. If we ever get an answer. 12. Hey. The second one is right. How about this third one? 15. It should be 11. Wow, we were able to have it twice. It's interesting. This becomes this. Found some shorter paths. Need to press 3 buttons to get it here. We can divide it. We can divide it. And then we press 3 buttons to get that to 0. Oh, wait. We should double check what's actually happening here. Let's t this to let's just t this to standard error so we can actually see what these shorter paths are. Yeah, okay, so this is not... Oh, you know what? We sorted the button presses. That doesn't make sense. That's not what we actually want to do. We want to sort the lines by number of items in the array. How the heck do you do this? Oh, we put the number of presses at the beginning. That's what we do. Oh my god, this is so much easier, actually. We put this at the beginning because then we can just sort by it. We could pipe by sort minus n. I don't remember what order that goes into. And then we can just chop off that. So we can just pipe it to cut dash D space dash F 2 hyphen. We can pipe this to T to see what we're actually getting. We get bad delimiter. Nice. Okay, that looks way better. So it took 11 presses to do the third one, which is... Oh, that's actually correct. To do the first one. To do the first one's going to take a while. We definitely need to cache something. I just don't know what you can cache. I guess we could cache invalid joltages. So if the solve fails, because the failing solves bubble up. Oh yeah, okay. Actually, I know what we can cache. We can just cache the failing joltages. The last one took 11, that's correct. The first one didn't run, and the second one took 12. Oh my god, that's right. Hold on, these answers are right, guys. These answers are right. Okay, we're getting close. Oh boy. Okay, we just need a cache. We'll just call it cache. We'll keep track of all the ones that are invalid. So if we ever see a joltage configuration that fails, we will just not even check it. We are close. Now, will this always give us the right answer? I actually don't know the answer to that. So, like, this still could not be the right... I think it has to be. I think it has to be right. I'm not kidding. I think this has to be the right answer. So if this is invalid, let's do this. If we call solve joltage, the first thing we should do is we should check our cache. If dash n, the cache at the joltage is stringified, if the cache at the joltage is stringified, hold on, I'm getting these things all mixed up. That's confusing. If the cache of the joltage is stringified, if it's set, then we just return 1 because we just know it's invalid. Now we're going to start invalidating some things. So if we're here, then we'll invalidate it. Cache at joltages. Oh boy, let's get this right. Equals 1. Okay. So we have that way. If it's here, then we know this is invalid. And then every time we call solve, then we'll put it here. But we have to change the joltage. We have to make sure we have joltages right. Okay, no, joltages is correct here. Now here we store the J. Then we go down here. We also store J. I'm missing one. Right here. And that is also J. I think... It took 12. Okay. I think this is working. Let's get rid of some of the debug output. No, I'm just thinking. We have to add them all up. We have to total it all as the final answer. So total equals this. Total plus equal answer. Echo. Took. Total. Total. Presses. So now if we... 37. Global find replace the debug to be comments. I could do that. I've thought about making a debug function I could just turn on and off. Okay. So 37 is wrong. It should be 33. It should be 10, 12, and 11. We have 12, 14. Nope, there's a lot of output on the screen. Hold on. We have that T stuff coming through. 12, 12, and 12 is not right. Oh, no, that's right. There's this one Reddit post which just uses part 1 and brute force of part 2 with no Z3 nonsense, and it's surprisingly fast. That is awesome. Please don't tell me anything more about it. I don't want any hints or spoilers, because that's what I'm trying to do. But I'm happy to know that that is possible. So that is really cool. Because I don't want to believe that I need Z3 for this. That just seems so lame. I'm just not happy with that reality, you know what I mean? I want to believe that with the right amount of brute force and programming knowledge that we could come up with something that works. Okay. Oh, wow, I'm getting different answers? There's no way this isn't... There's no way it's different every time. There's nothing random about this. Yeah, like I know Bad Cop ended up implementing her own solver, but like I think finding out was linear algebra. I think she had to look up algorithms to actually make that work. So, like, which is fine, but like for my own, I don't want to do that. So it thinks it takes 14 presses for the first one. Oh, the cache needs to be cleared out before we test a new one, because that's a global scope thing. Didn't fix anything, but we have to do that. I guess we got to work through the first example, don't we? Took 14 presses. So let's say debug equals 1. Okay. Okay, so the shortest path is 2, 1, 12. Is it really 3 buttons? Let's put that T back in there. Okay, I guess the shortest path is 3. So it takes 3 button presses. I already know that's wrong, though. Something isn't right, because we know that's not correct. I think we've been doing it with 2 button presses before. I don't trust this sort logic that I have, because I just kind of copied it in blindly. I don't think this is cutting correctly. Oh, why did I make a debug? Okay, that's correct. Head -2, tail -1. No, it's not correct. No, it's not correct. This should be 10. We're getting 12. Okay, 3, 5, 4, 7. We found some shorter paths. We found a path that takes 2 button presses, 3 button presses, 3 button presses, and 4 button presses to get down to an even joltage. So we press button 1, we press button 12, and we get down to 2, 4, 4, 6. Okay? Which is all the lights are off. The joltage is even, cutting the joltage in half, trying to save joltages 1, 2, 2, 3 now. Cool. We didn't increment the depth, but we're not even looking at that. 1, 2, 2, 3 becomes this. Joltages have 1 or more lights on, found some shorter paths, so we can press 3, 10 to get down to joltage 0, 2, 0, 2. So we have pressed 2 buttons so far, which we'll need to multiply by 2. And then from here to get down there, we have to press random buttons and hope that we get down there. We found a solution, but we might not have found the fastest solution. Oh, we still need a little brute force here. Because imagine this scenario. We're here. We can't divide it by 2 anymore. So we have to randomly try button presses to see if we get there. So do you need less than equal 0 instead of or Where? I'm not sure what you're talking about. So we have to get this scenario down, and we have to randomly press buttons. So we randomly press buttons. No, we're not randomly pressing. Are we randomly pressing buttons? What the heck buttons are we pressing here? Oh yeah, we are random. No. Where's the 2 button press coming from? I don't know what that. I don't know what you mean. Hold on. That's just one solution, but it doesn't mean that it's the best solution. We might have to try a couple of them. When we randomly try buttons, we go with the first one that works. Trying to solve joltage, trying to solve joltage. It's even. Okay. Joltage is even. We have to brute force all the buttons because we can't reduce the joltage anymore. Can't reduce joltages, brute force all buttons. So we go through. How would this happen? How would a... Oh, this one just caused a -1. Okay. This one caused a -1. This one caused a -1. Okay. There's 2 between 1,3 and 2,5. Three comma 10 and 1,5. Oh, this you mean? This is when I have them grouped in parentheses. That's my way of getting back down to an even number. And then 2 means we just picked pressing the button 2 because it came from the brute forcer. So this is where we're going through, and we're just randomly trying to hit buttons. That's what I think the problem is, actually, that we're just randomly trying to hit buttons. Because it's like depth first search, so we're just going with whatever button happened to give us a valid solution. Doesn't mean it's the best solution. So we have to, like, really figure this out. Like, once we get a solution... Like, once we get a solution, I think we have to keep looking. Maybe. Once we get a solution, I think we have to keep looking, but, like, how? Because right here, if we can't divide it anymore, we have to brute force all the buttons, we loop all the buttons, and then we just go with the first one that worked. That's not ideal. Don't quite know what to do here. If it is successful, we are just going to bubble up this answer all the way. I think we want to keep trying, but like, I can't quite wrap my head around this part. I think I got it. We store the best here. This is not the best code, but like, does this make sense? So we're going to run this. If it's successful, we'll store the answer we got because this is the new lowest answer. If it's, yeah, we're going to store the answer we got, call it our best. If it failed, we're just still going to invalidate the cache. And then when we're done with that, we're going to check. If we did get a best answer, we're going to return it. Otherwise, we're going to return a failure. It's not the best code I've ever written in my entire life. But I think that makes sense. Now we just have to find other places where we're doing the brute force. Okay. Okay. Still gonna take a long time though. Like it might just take too long. That's just the first example taking this long? Oh my god. I'm just caching a single number. We should change the word cache though. I should have 2 caches. Let's change cache to invalid. And then let's change invalid to, or let's add best maybe? I don't know. Hmm. Maybe I do want to leave here if I have a shorter path. It's not right. Well, that math isn't right. None of this math is right. Okay. We're just doing cache invalidation so far. So if we have zeros and we can't reduce the voltages, then we try every single button. We keep track of which one was best. And then if we have a best, we give that back with the +1 because we had to do one button press to get there. Otherwise, we cut it in half and then we return whatever the best one is from that with the answer times 2. Otherwise, we store it as invalid. Okay. If the joltages have lights on, we look for the best paths. If there are some best paths here, we loop over the buttons, we simulate pressing them, and then we get the answer. If it was successful, we store it as a variable called Dave. That's hilarious. Which is the answer plus the number of buttons we had to press. If Dave is less than best, best equals Dave. Otherwise, we mark it as invalid. Then when we're done with that, we check. If we had something there, then we just return that best +1. That's not right. We just return best. Okay. And then I'm using -1 to just mean unset at this point. What is this fee? Cigarette variable. I'm not bad cop. So it says the last one took 11. Hey, 11 is correct. The first one should take 10. And the second one should take 12. Well, 3 is not right. I'm sorry. How do you think you're going to get there in 3 button presses? That's hilarious to me. You have this joltage and you think you can get there in 3 button presses? So somewhere our numbers are being messed up. We press this, which brings us to this. We divide it in half, which gives us this. We found some shorter paths. We press 23, which brings us to this. We can't divide it, so we have to brute force all the possible things. At some point, we're losing some number here. is right. Blank is wrong. 11 is right. I see what's happening. You did this one yesterday? You did it with a very naive brute force, but with some very early escapes since it was taking too much time to run, so I cached the outputs for each line. Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing here. This is a weird one. I might also have to call the stream too. I am getting pretty tired. Yeah, you definitely need to cache something here. Took 0 presses. So we're just not getting the right answer. I think I have an idea. I think when we cut the joltage in half, we just assume it works. And if it didn't work, we should probably try the brute force. Like, this sucks. There's probably a cleaner way to do this. If not, has zeros. If not has zeros, then we can cut it in half. Else, we have to brute force them. But I think we can get rid of that else and just brute force them no matter what. Because either we return with the correct answer, meaning we were successfully able to do it, or we mark it as invalid. If it's invalid, we try more. I think that's fine. Heading to bed. Yeah, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Took 0 presses. Okay, well, that's clearly wrong. 10 is right. 11 is right. But this one is wrong. I have a theory. Okay, we do get there. We tried to reduce the joltage in half, and we could not find a path that worked. So we had to get down here and then brute force the rest of the buttons. But if we do find a path that works, I'm not convinced this is the right answer. Just because we found one that works doesn't mean it's the most efficient. It almost always has to be efficient to divide by 2, right? Maybe we could just store this currently as the best. I don't know, man. Wait. We've lowered joltages here. Okay, 1 and 3 still work, but 2 is giving me just no solution. Like, in the case where dividing by 2 didn't work, or did work, do we still try? Like, do we just store this as best? Like, what does that mean? This whole thing isn't an else. Let's start removing some indentation here. Okay, so this is if we find shorter paths. We can take those shorter paths, but we do return from it. So that's not great. We should do answer plus equal number of buttons. This might take a little while because we're kind of trying everything, aren't we? Isn't this just still a fancy way of saying try everything? That doesn't seem right. The only thing is we are marking some things as invalid. Maybe we should also mark if we've seen something before? I don't know. When we have a solution, we can keep track of it, like our best solution. But what does that get us? because we're doing DFS, we don't quite have that information yet. Okay, so when we run solve joltage, we mark it as invalid if it fails. But if it's successful, we just store the number it was, which is great. We could cache that, but what does that do for us? Because we still have to run the work. I guess keep track of how many presses it took to get there. We don't know when we do that thing where we cut it in half. I do think we can exit here, though. I think we can do that. Oh, there's something cheap we could do. No, because then we invalidate a whole branch. Could return a failure. I don't know what I'm missing here. Huh. Thank you for the show. I enjoyed that a lot. Dude, hey, this is awesome. I'm glad. I don't normally watch any type of content like this. I just caught myself trying to add a bug to my work. So down tools for me. I don't know what that means specifically, but yeah, man, I'm glad you hung out. That's super cool. I have a variable called best, and it's very high. When we get a new thing, when we get a new valid solution, when we get down here, we don't know what it is. When you solve it, we don't have the number that it is. Yeah, take care. Have a good night. But we do know when we successfully return from it, we have to backtrack to get the answer completely. I don't think I'm going to figure this out tonight. I can't quite get it. Wow, yeah, I'm blanking on this one. This one's rough, dudes. I feel like I'm very close though. Like I can get correct answers for the first one. Well, now it's not going to run, but yeah, we're just not quite getting right answers for that second one. Nothing's even running now. I'm trying everything, so this is not efficient. Oh, I believe that. All right, guys. I'm going to call it a night here. I don't think I'm figuring this out tonight. But if you've been watching the stream and you like what you see, go ahead and follow me if you're watching on Twitch. If you like what you see and you're watching me on YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. You should already be subscribed. I shouldn't have to tell you this. But thank you. Yeah. I'm going to have to call it a night here. I can't figure out what's going on here. I'll stream again and we'll figure this out. I feel like we're very close, but it's 2 in the morning here, so I'm fried. I'm going to start streaming a little bit earlier. I'm sure you'll get there. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yo, thank you, NMBB. What's up? Didn't even know you were here, buddy. Night, you look tired. I'm mad tired. Doing this again tomorrow for day 4 of day 10? Possibly. Probably. Possibly. I won't make any promises, but almost certainly, yeah. I want to get this done. Yeah, have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you don't know, I am on YouTube. My name over there is You Suck at Programming. I have a good video coming out on Monday. It is my Bash course. It's over 7 hours of content. Go check it out. It's free. I'm not trying to funnel you somewhere to have you pay. I'm telling you that it's just completely free. So, yeah, go check it out. But yeah, thank you, everyone. Appreciate you all stopping by. It was a fun night. Have a good night, everyone. Take care. I'll talk to you guys later. See ya.